1 2 test 1 1 2. Hey hey hey. Hey 1 2 test 1. Hey 1.
Hello, hello. Okay, so how can I do it? I'm using this PC, right? Or no? Oh, shoot. Hello, hello, hello. هنintroducik. ده هنبدأ. All right.
First one, we need to change the camera view. Let me get it.
Stephen.
Hello, hello. L-engineer Carl poġġi bil-qeda, please.
Jgħat live stream.
Hello. Il-play screen veri samiħa. Issa niġi naratakom.
Can I read 7 January?
Meta niġi xejn viżitem.
7 January ħej jibdu.
Nibda niġi kultant għana maqsejt it-library. Għax taffiċċu li għamġejn niġi tal-fuq. Nibda niġi silent tower, niġi.
Insomma, aħna n-storbju nixtieq u jiġi. Bisejjeta. We can go? We can go? No, no, no. The second one. Perfect. So good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us on day 2, for those of you who are here and those of you who are attending through our live stream. I would like to open this session regarding emerging technology and creative innovation. Today we're going to have 6 speakers, including our chair for the session. And without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Engineer Stephen Sammoot, who is the Director for the Institute of Engineering and Transport, to give his opening and welcoming speech. Thank you, Stephen, on your side.
Thank you for the introduction. So, it is with pleasure that I am here today to open this session of the conference. And the theme of today is, of course, emerging technology and creative innovation, which is a point which is very topical for MCAST, and especially our institute, which is the Institute for Engineering and Transport, which is driven, we can say, by this theme. When I hear about emerging technologies and creative innovation, the points which come to mind are the topical points of the moment. Now we can mention robotics, we can mention artificial intelligence, we can mention transportation and artificial and transportation which are autonomous, like drones, and other kinds of technologies. Our institute at the moment is investing a lot in these areas, both in terms of manpower and courses, and also in terms of the training of the staff. So we are looking now at innovative materials, composite materials, moving not only to metals, but also to use of composite materials, for example, in aircraft maintenance. As you know now, aircraft are moving to all composite bodies and all composite manufacturing for the aircraft. We're looking at space exploration and items like hyper velocity impact testing, for example, of such components. So we're looking at an institute where we're looking at enhancing our technology and our technology drive to look at innovative and emerging technology. Why? Because we need to train our students not for the technology of today, but the technology of 3 years' time, 4 years' time. Our courses are 3 years long, so we need to prepare our students for this technology. We're looking at nanotechnology, we're looking at microtechnology, distributed sensors, IoT. So all these terminologies need to be in place. And that is why a team like has been selected for today's session is crucial for MCAST and for institutes which are working in the science and technology fields. Of course, emerging technology needs to be linked to creative innovation, which for me is a very good link to each other because they work hand in hand. Why? Why creative innovation? Creative innovation is crucial. Why? Because change is inevitable. So we need to be embracing of this change. We need to be conducive to this change. And the change is made inevitable not only due to forces of economy, because as you know, the economy is always being driven towards change to produce more, change to produce higher quality, change to produce products which are not existing today, which the market demands. But also, we are looking, of course, at topical items such as climate change, sustainability. So when we have departments like the construction department of our institute, for example, nowadays, looking at technology which is conducive towards climate change or sustainability, sustainable construction, reusing of stone, reusing of concrete, concrete with technology to reduce energy loss. So all these are also topical in our, for example, construction department. When we look at sustainability, one then looks at how the product can be sustainable for the long time. And how is this? And this can only be sustainable when one looks at the chain of how the product is mined, the raw materials are mined to use. Because nowadays, clients, customers are discerning and from what the products they use and the products they consume. Even as can be seen from presentations we've seen here, we've seen yesterday, for example, where we're looking at the use of products which are like plastics, like harming of the environment, and drones to collect the plastics again to ensure that the plastics don't end up in the food chain. In fact, yesterday one of the presenters was mentioning that each of us eats a Lego block of plastic every day. And that is cast in my brain. No, a Lego block of plastics every day. So as the engineers and scientists of tomorrow, this needs to be fixed in the students' cycle, in the students' calculations. So it's not only that you produce a product which is good for today, but which is sustainable. And this brings me to the risks. With the risks of not teaching our students about sustainable technologies, creative innovation, and emerging technologies. The risks are that we will be teaching not the students of tomorrow, but the dinosaurs of tomorrow. So it's important that we as educators, as MCAST, continue to be at the forefront of technology, not only for the sake of technology, but also for the sake of our education. And technology needs to be used not only in our teaching material, but also in the teaching methods. We're seeing now COVID, for example, which has pushed us to move to more innovative teaching methodologies. And this is part of the emerging technologies, so therefore, also in the teaching methodology. The teacher of tomorrow is not the teacher of today. So the teacher of tomorrow needs to be embracing technology, conducive of technology, to utilize technology for his teaching methods. And that would make the teaching also more accessible to all. The teacher of today may be giving lectures to a person in India, for example, who has no access to the education and who through technology can have the access to education. And that also allows us then to use technology to have a more equitable society, a society which is conducive towards everyone reaching the goal, because society can leave no one behind. So we need to look at emerging technologies on how we can have a society where everyone can contribute, where everyone can learn, when everyone can become a productive member of society. So as you see, therefore, it is a circle, what we're discussing, a circle which is conducive towards products, towards society, towards the economy, and towards a sustainable environment. Because we would like that our children who will be here tomorrow, that they have an environment in which they can live. An environment which is sustainable, and an environment through which they can continue to thrive. To thrive in society and in a country which we would be proud to give to our students. Today I've seen that there are many presentations which are of interest to you. And I also welcome our guests online who are following us online. A point of thanks also, of course, to the persons who have organized this conference. And basically, I welcome you today, and I hope that you will find it an enjoyable day today like we did yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this warm welcome and motivational speech to start off with. I would like now to introduce our first speaker for the day, Mr. Thomas Gatt, who will be discussing a highly interesting project on Erasmus project relating to artificial intelligence and introduction of artificial intelligence in our curriculum. Thomas?
Thank you. Hello, good morning. This morning, first and foremost, thank you for joining us. I will be discussing an ongoing research project, robotics and AI courses in the classroom. This is titled Introducing AI to Vocational Schools in Europe. Next slide, please. All right, so we have two main goals for this project. The first one is to conduct research in artificial intelligence, and secondly, to develop artificial intelligence skills for ICT teachers and pupils in the VAT sector by offering learning and teaching material. And also, the main reason is to respond to the demand of the AI talent in the European labor market. Okay? This is co-funded by the Erasmus Plus program, by the way. All right, so the target groups are two, mainly the ICT teachers themselves at VAT schools, and also the students who are involved in ICT-related study programs who have already gained basic programming skills. All right, so we have four main project outcomes. First one being to develop lesson materials, and this is where we come in as MCAST, together with two other partners, to integrate this study unit into each partner's formal education system, to provide competence development for ICT teachers. In fact, this project also involves training the ICT teachers, and finally to disseminate the project's intellectual output across VAT and other educational sectors. So three main partners who are involved in the development of the intellectual output. So MCAST, of course, Robotics Mokilja, if I'm pronouncing that right, which is based in Lithuania, and finally Kimaschul, who are based in Germany. So three main courses, 20 hours each. The first one is titled Machine Learning Agents in Game Design. Second one, Autonomous Driving with Computer Vision. And finally, this is the course I'm currently building, Robotic Arm and Computer Vision. All right, so the first course introduces students to AI, basic AI, then introduces them to reinforcement learning. As you can see, this image over here, that's a stick figure that basically learned how to go through various blocks in the game and learns basically to walk, run, jump, and so on automatically. All right, through reinforcement learning. The idea is to allow the stick figure, in this case, to learn to interact with its world. Okay. Finally, students are introduced to intelligent machine learning agents using Unity. The second course deals with autonomous driving with computer vision. This introduces students to computer vision. So students are introduced to how a computer is able to see, how a computer is able to use cameras to understand the pixels, basically. Then students are shown how a model can learn to understand lanes and follow another car, understand traffic signs, detect whether there's pedestrians or not, and so forth. Okay, so this is the second unit. Students are introduced to these basic concepts, which then allow them to build an actual small car to follow a lane and to identify some traffic signs, which is very interesting. The third and final course, which we're building, deals with computer vision again, but this time including a robotic arm. First, students are introduced to traditional machine learning techniques, Then they are shown how a model can be trained to detect basic images, such as, for instance, recognizing cats from dogs. Okay, so during the sessions, we actually build a model that detects cats and dogs. We go through the whole training process. Then we interface with a robotic arm. We're using the DoBot robotic arm and a conveyor belt, and together with a camera, we build a small prototype that allows the robotic arm to sort defective part from non-defective parts, so valid parts from non-valid parts. Next slide, please. Okay, so in this course, students are introduced to neural networks. They are, we show them the process of what's going on. We show them what the learning is about, the mathematics involved. We explain how the learning actually happens and how we evaluate these models. We also introduce them to computer vision networks such as CNNs, and of course why we use CNNs and not other techniques, for instance, for vision. Then we code the robotic arm, and using the model that we've trained, okay, so using the cats versus dogs model or other model which uses a different data set, of course, we allow the robotic arm to sort valid items from invalid ones, as I will show you in the next slide. Okay, so this is a demo. So there's the camera over there which is taking a picture of the item. This is a valid item. So the output of the model is valid. As you can see over there, object is valid. So the robotic arm sorts the item and place that in the valid container or whatever it is. Then this red cube is an invalid item. So the model was trained to detect the red cube as an invalid item. So the conveyor belt moves the item in front of the camera. The camera captures an image. The model predicts this as invalid, so it infers the object in front of it. And since the object is invalid, the conveyor belt discards the item. Okay, you can see it again. The camera's capturing a picture. The picture is well, the model uses that picture. Okay, so infers that picture. The robotic arm knows that that is a valid item and sorts the item. Red cube and so forth. Okay, next steps. So all units are currently being tested by the 3 partners, including ourselves, of course. We're currently testing all these 3 units with our students. We're collecting data from the students undertaking this course, as well as the teachers themselves, right? So we're collecting feedback about how we can improve the skills the students gained and so forth. And we are expected to compile the results by mid next year, so mid 2022. Next slide, please. So basically that is what I had for this morning. Thank you very much for attending. I'm not sure if you have any questions. I would welcome any questions, of course. Thank you. Sure.
Thank you, Edwin. To teach the younger students to actually code in a basic AI algorithm. You mentioned Unity. Is it possible that they actually create a subroutine that has an AI component, or is it too difficult to do?
Well, that was our concern first, yeah, because we weren't sure if students, undergrad students, are able to understand the whole part of it or steps. So we started with a very basic introduction, whereby we start with the traditional techniques, all right? So we explain the very basics, so supervised learning, for instance. How would you use a traditional algorithm? How a traditional algorithm works, all right? And we would go step by step by explaining what's really happening, how is the model actually learning, what's really happening. And from going through the very basics up to deep learning, for instance, we're already seeing that the students are actually managing to understand the whole concept. And yes, from the data we've collected so far, it seems that even level 4 students are doing quite well with understanding and also building now their own models. So yes, I would say that it seems to be working so far.
Are there any further questions, please? So, okay, if there aren't any further questions, I thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
And thank you for your contribution to MCAST vision in terms of AI. I think this is a fantastic job to keep us on the AI drive.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So we'll now pass on to our second speaker, and may I ask Dr. Darren Mifsud to join us on the floor. And Darren will be discussing a totally different topic, which is the hydrodynamics of multi-phase swirl-induced flows. I leave it up to you, Darren, to highlight your research finding in this area. Thank you.
Okay. So, welcome. I mean, this is an honor for me to be invited to present and show what I've been doing for the last year. I mean, we started this about 2.5 years ago when I created a research group, which is called Engineering Fluid Mechanics Research Group, and giving me the opportunity to to build a group. I mean, I have students which we are working together, as part of this research group. I mean, for me it was an honor to form part of MCAST and to work in collaboration with Cranfield University and MCAST. And as I will be explaining today, in the coming months, I have some projects which I will be announcing, and they will be towards further contribution, I mean, to the research that we're doing. Today I will be explaining about, well, I will start to give a brief introduction about who we are, a brief introduction about MCAST, Engineering Fluid Mechanics Research Group, the current research focus. Today's title is The Hydrodynamics of Multiphase Swirl-Induced Flow. Some published work, reference to work in progress, and then I will conclude with our future work. Okay, next. Right. Next. Right. Basically, we are a group of 5 individuals. I'm from MCAST and collaborating research with Dr. Patrick Verdin from Cranfield University. We've been working together for the last 8 years now, and for the last 3 years, I've been collaborating with him from MCAST and Cranfield. I mean, we've been meeting on a regular basis. We've been discussing this project for a long time now, and I mean, now we have solid grounds to move forward. There are 3 students. I mean, 2 of them, they are alumni now. They have graduated with a BA in honors from our institute, James Kushkiri and Clint Caruana, who are still contributing and doing they are forming an integral part of our research group. I will talk about their research later on. And currently we have an evening student who, apart from her evening project, she has taken her degree project to another level. I mean, the criteria to meet the requirements for her final year project were discussed, and on her, well, she wanted to do something else. I mean, and we have content which can be published, and she's doing a great job. I mean, I'm going to explain exactly what and where her contributions has added value to our work. So, as I said, today we're going to discuss the study of hydrodynamics of multiphase fluid behavior in conduits and ejectors. But apart from that, we do research, and James and Clint, they do research on thermal systems and sustainable process and energy systems. Thermal systems, we have a study which is an ongoing study about the study of heat transfer in building materials used in construction. We have 2 papers which they are currently being reviewed by well-renowned journals, and for the sustainable process we have another manuscript which we are currently working on to submit in the journal Energy. Our areas of expertise, they vary. Basically, we focus on simulation and modeling, optimization techniques, CFD, and my background, I mean, I come from an area where I've done research about oil and gas, flow assurance, and multi-phase flow metering in particular. Okay, next slide. So, to give you a brief introduction about the main aim of the research which we are performing, I mean, in our field, intermittent flow due to multi-phase flow is a big headache to oil and gas producers, even to the petrochemical industry, to the water industry in some cases. So what we've done, we have investigating the problems related to intermittency due to different flow regimes in conduits, such as separated flow and rough stratified. These are the 2, from all the flow regimes that they exist, these are the worst cases of all. I mean, what we've done, that image down there, the time trace plot, is illustrating the pressure, vibrations, when you have a slug body passing through a conduit or through a flow metering device. So this is this was the reason why we started focusing in this particular area. I mean, there is an urge towards developing something which is a simplistic device to try to smooth the operation during production. Okay. To get you into more detail, I mean, the main reason is that, well, we were inspired from this. Where there is an oil field, okay, there are multiple oil and gas wells, say 80, and those 80 are combined in packs of 10. Those 10, then they are coupled in a commingling unit, and then you have multiple risers going up the platform. So what we have right now, we have only one flow metering device, which is called fiscal metering device, flow metering device, which costs more than $1 billion, and the oil and gas producers, they don't afford to install one flow metering device at each well. So we are trying to develop a simplistic flow metering device that can be installed at every well. I mean, that is why we are using the term simple device. So that is our main aim. So we were inspired by the more simplistic forms of flow metering devices, which are the orifice plate, the Venturi tube, dull tube, and nozzle. And then we thought about something else, and we said, there is a type of equipment which is called an ejector, which is used in the oil and gas industry. And we said that would be much better, because if we focus on an equipment that is well used and use that equipment to measure flow, then that would put us in a better position towards meeting our aims. Okay, this is basically the flow going through different types of flow metering devices. When you have 100% liquid or 100% gas, there are no problems, but the problems start when you have multi-phase flow going through the inlets of conduits. So, okay, next. Okay, so again, that was our first analysis that we performed. We ran experiments, and we gathered some data, and we noted what is really happening. Okay, so those are the time trace plots of different flow regimes going through conduits. Okay, next slide. So our main aim is to propose a simplistic mode of operation which facilitates multi-phase flow conditioning and pressure stabilization within the internal conduits of passively designed bodies. So what we've done, we performed a root cause analysis. We ran experiments in CFD. Then we analyzed the data and generated conclusions based on that data. And then we investigated concept designs. We've built and tested prototypes. We've run multiple experiments, and then that data was used. And this is what we're doing right now. We've built an analytical model, which is called meta-modeling. We're using meta-modeling to validate and solve optimization problems. Meta-modeling is a model of a model. And we're dealing right now with a multiple variable, multiple objective problem. Okay, let's go to the next. Right, these are some snapshots which we've taken during experiment stage. We've built the device from acrylic tube, okay, from acrylic, and we've tested and we recorded what is actually happening in real time. Okay, let's go. Okay, then we've designed a nozzle. We filed a patent application about that particular nozzle because we believed that what we've designed is helping the transmission towards smoother flow and towards much more productive equipment, which is the ejector. Okay, let's go to the next. Okay, yes, we've done simulations. Okay, this is an illustration of some CFD simulations which we've performed. These are some of the equipment which we fabricated and installed, and then we used these combinations. I mean, we used multiple bodies to generate different experimental test setups. Okay. Again, we used another combination which is called the PST pipe. This was used, and it is well used in the oil and gas industry to smooth flow. Okay, let's go. Some images of the testing during tests that were run in the UK at Cranfield University. Again, we hope that in the next year we would have our own facility here at MCAST. I mean, it's only a simplistic test setup, but we need to acquire funds in order to build something which we can do and which we are doing at Cranfield. So we have acquired empirical data and numerical data, and then our objective was to build a surrogate-based optimization tool, having both discrete input variables and non-discrete input variables. Okay, this is all the combinations that we have included, model from model 1 up to model 10. Those are the schematics of the different test combinations. And you go to the next slide, and this is the logic of how we are dealing with this problem in order to build an optimization tool. So we have discrete variables, non-discrete variables. We have the learning models, which are RSM, high levels, neural networks, kriging, and then we have the ensemble, which is a combination of the high level and the low level learning models. And our objective is to, of course, to smooth flow. These are some results from experiments that we obtained. We measured actual response versus the predicted response. And we are, well, the optimization tool is predicting with a high level of accuracy. Okay. Right, okay. This is the optimization algorithms. We have 3 optimization algorithms: the interior point, augmented long-range genetic algorithm, and the hybrid formulation. So these are used after we trained our matrix. We are using these optimization algorithms in order to optimize. I mean, to have, say, we input variables and then we optimize and we run. We've built a program using MATLAB and we run that program to optimize the design. Right, preliminary outcomes: the design of dual-phase surface ejectors and cases involving dual-phase swirl-induced flow deriving fluids in narrowed conduits. So this is what we've done, and we hope that in the next weeks we will be concluding our work as what concerns to this particular area. This is one of our publications which we submitted and was accepted in the International Journal of Multi-Phase Flow. It is a well-regarded journal. I mean, it was an achievement. And then we had another paper which was accepted in the Archives of Computational Methods in Engineering. Again, it's all about the optimization tool which we developed, but again now we have taken all that knowledge to the next level. Right. Well, these are some of the works which we are currently working on. As I said at the very beginning, we are working with alumni that were following a BEng on our course here at MCAST, and these are some of the works that we are currently, we are in the status. Some of them we have already submitted manuscripts, and some of them we have accepted feedback, I mean. Okay, our future work, and I will conclude with this slide. We are going to test the design prototype. So we have done some modifications, and we're going to perform more experimental tests. Again, our main aim is to get what we have achieved out there in the open literature. That is our main objective. That would be an honor for us and for the college. And eventually, this is what I've started and what I'm looking to do in the next few weeks and next few months is to promote MCAST Engineering Fluid Mechanics Research Group, aiming to expand the group by having projects in collaboration with Cranfield University, say having students performing a master's by research or a PhD program. Again, this is not far-fetched. I mean, we are close to start to have our first PhD student. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks for your attention, and thank you.
Thank you, Dorian. Thanks for the presentation. And also, I would now like to pause for a second from the conference proceedings that we have today and introduce with us the Honourable Minister Owen Bonici, the Minister for Equality, Research and Innovation, who is also accompanied by the Principal and CEO of MCAST, Professor James Kallia, to give a welcoming speech and also an introduction and their insight into this conference.
Mela, bonġu lil kulħadd, Onorevoli Ministru, l-ewwel nett merħba mill-ġdid l-MCAST, mhux l-ewwel darba li onorajtna bil-preżenza tiegħek hawnhekk anke meta kont Ministru għall-Edukazzjoni. Din hija biex ngħidlek l-aħħar ġurnata tal-Expo illi qegħdin fit-tielet edizzjoni tagħha. Dan huwa proġett illi imbena u beda fl-2019 u hawnhekk nixtieq nagħti ringrazzjament partikolari lil Dr. Alex Rizzo li huwa d-deputat prinċipali li qed quddiem hawnhekk illi bena struttura illi il-Bord tal-Gvernaturi u jiena dejjem appoġġajna għaliex hija struttura importanti ferm għal kulleġġ tas-seklu 21. Għalkemm nitkellmu fuq edukazzjoni vokazzjonali u professjonali, aħna rridu nifhmu illi ma jistax ikollok kulleġġ bħalma huwa l-MCAST illi fih hemm kwalifiki illi huma tal-edukazzjoni ogħla mingħajr ma jkollok ir-riċerka. Inti biex tibni kwalifika anki f'livell ta' baċellerat jew ta' masters u issa wkoll fuq il-livell ta' dottorat, bil-fors irid ikollok bank ta' riċerka illi jew inti timpurtah minn barra, jew inti ikun ġej minn ġewwa. L-isbaħ kombinazzjoni hija ta' tnejn illi jkollok minn ġewwa u jkollok ukoll bank ta' riċerka li ġej minn barra. U dan kien l-iskop illi aħna tajna l-appoġġ sħiħ biex iwaffqu din l-istruttura ta' riċerka u innovazzjoni. U jiena nieħu pjaċir nara dan il-journal kif spiegajnilek ftit tal-ħinilu huwa prodott tal-MCAST mill-bidu sal-aħħar, kemm riċerka illi wieħed jaqra hawnhekk, kif ukoll riċerka oħra li minħabba spazju ma ġietx ippubblikata, però hemm il-ħsieb illi għalkemm qed nippubblikaw bħalissa żewġ edizzjonijiet fis-sena. Mis-sena 2022 hemm ħsieb li nippubblikaw 4 edizzjonijiet. Għaliex hemm ħafna riċerka li ħirġa minn dan il-kulleġġ hija riċerka importanti ferm. Jiena ħadd ħafna iktar gost ukoll nara dan il-booklet ieħor Research and Innovation Abstract Book illi preżentajnilek ftit tal-ħinilu. Inti meta tħares lejn id-diversità tar-riċerka qed issir hawnhekk tibqa' meraviljat x'talent jeżisti ġo tal-kulleġġ u l-għan prinċipali tagħna huwa illi r-riċerka li ssir hawnhekk hija riċerka li se jkollha impatt fl-industrija, fil-ħajja tan-nies, fil-kwalità tal-ħajja tan-nies. Aħna dan huwa l-iskop għalfejn issir ir-riċerka hawnhekk. L net biex l-industrija tħabbat fuq il-bib tagħna u titlob soluzzjonijiet li għandha bżonn. U kemm permezz tal-letturi bravi li għandna hawnhekk u letturi li huma inklinati illi jagħmlu riċerka, kif ukoll mill-istudenti. Aħna it-teżijiet tal-istudenti tagħna, l-orjentazzjoni li ntuhom hija orjentazzjoni illi b'xi mod jew ieħor dak li se jfittxu u se jsibu jkollu impatt kemm fuq livell ta' industrija, kif ukoll fuq livell ta' komunità. Dawk huma żewġ pilastri li fuqhom nibnu r-riċerka tagħna aħna hawnhekk. U għal daqstant jiena nifraħ lil Dr. Rizzo li għalkemm mhux se jkompli f'dan ir-rwol se jmur lura għal ħajja ta' qabel ta' lettur, però xorta waħda se jibqa' jagħti l-kontribut kbir tiegħu u minn hawn insellimlu kif ukoll insellem il-Dr. Kirkop illi mit-3 ta' Jannar se tieħu rridni f'idea f'dik li għandu x'jaqsam ma' riċerka u innovazzjoni. Jiena qed nara orizzonti sbieħ għall-kulleġġ fejn tidħol ir-riċerka. Inħajjar aktar letturi biex ma dawk il-110 illum smajt il-Clifford jgħidli, inżidu aktar. Jiena meta dħalt hawnhekk f'Ġunju tal-2018 qalu li hawn bejn 3 u 4 letturi li qed jagħmlu proġetti interessanti ferm. Illum 110 huwa suċċess kbir. U dan jfisser illi hemm firxa aktar wiesa tar-riċerka f'kull istitut f'kull wieħed mis-6 istituti u din ir-riċerka li ssir fuq dan livell l-għan aħħari tagħna huwa illi tinżel u tilħaq lill-istudent u allura l-istudent ikollu eżempju ta' kif issir ir-riċerka, għalfejn issir ir-riċerka u x'impatt għandu jkollha r-riċerka fuq il-ħajja tan-nies u kif ukoll fuq l-industrija li tħabtilna l-bib biex intuha soluzzjonijiet għall-issues li jkun hemm. Jiena nirringrazzjak, Onorevoli Ministru, li ġejt l-MCAST illum biex tindirizzana. Naf illi għandek ħafna l-qalbek il-riċerka, hija erja u impenn kbir illi f'pajjiżna jkollna Ministru illi huwa fil-portfolio tiegħu għandu ir-riċerka u l-innovazzjoni hija xi ħaġa importanti ferm għall-pajjiż u nittama li u jiena ċert li di mhux se tkun l-aħħar darba li narawk hawnhekk biex taqsam magħna ħsibiet tiegħek dwar ix-xogħol li qed nagħmlu aħna u l-viżjoni tiegħek u tal-Ministeru tiegħek illi mbagħad nistgħu napplikaw bħala kulleġġ vokazzjonali u professjonali. Għalhekk nitolbok issa biex taqsam il-ħsibiet tiegħek magħna. Nirringrazzjak.
Bonġu lil kulħadd, xtaqt insaqsijek whether everyone understands the Maltese language here. Should I speak in Maltese or English if there is any? You prefer if I speak in English? Thank you, sir. So, good morning and thank you so much for being here with us. And I would like to thank also the public broadcasting services and in particular Glenn for being here this morning. It's crucial that what we do in the field of research and innovation is communicated to the people outside. One of the things which I usually ask researchers, I ask them, well, how long have you been doing research? And they would tell me for 5 years or 10 years. And I would ask them, what do you tell your friends you do in social occasions when friends ask you, what is your job? What do you answer that question? And they tell me that people at large still don't understand pretty much what goes on when one says that he's a researcher. When someone answers, I'm an engineer, people understand it immediately. But when you tell them, I'm a researcher, people don't grasp what that means. And that goes to show how much we need to communicate the need of having research and innovation in our islands. The fact that the government decided to create a ministry tasked with research and innovation is, in my opinion, a strong step forward. And I believe that in the last year, we did our best to give visibility to a section of research in Malta which was previously pretty much invisible. And I would like to keep pushing forward to communicate the message and win over hearts and minds of people in our communities how much research and innovation is important for the future of this country. I would like to thank Professor Kalleja, because research and innovation will be one of your legacies for this college. Of course, yes, and your fantastic team, Dr. Rizzo, and your colleagues. But these positions are, fleeting. We stay in office for a short period of time, and the fact that you will leave this legacy, that's an important thing to mention, and I thank you so much. It's a big satisfaction for me to be able to speak about research and innovation during this year when we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of MCAST. I remember when MCAST was being opened 20 years ago, and the way it has transformed over 20 years is nothing short of fantastic. I come from the southern part of Malta, and for us who come from the southern part of Malta, MCAST is one of our pride and joys. We're very proud of having MCAST bang in the middle of the southern part of Malta, because we know how much it means for a lot of families and a lot of people. So forgive me if I speak about MCAST with passion, because I really know the difference it makes in a lot of people's lives. And this is very important, that apart from discussing how MCAST has changed people's lives in terms of academical advancement and education, we're also speaking about MCAST from the point of view of a place where research and innovation is making itself felt and leaving a mark not only on MCAST but also on society. I'm very happy to hear that there are more than 100 researchers in various fields of study at MCAST, and I'm told that the range of research at MCAST is vast, including applied science, engineering, business and management, and also community education, ICT and creative arts. And I'm very happy to see that there are 4 teams of research being undertaken here at MCAST, which are in line with the Global Development Goals of the United Nations, emerging technology and creative innovation, social wellness, sport and health, pedagogy and effective learning, environmental sustainability and cultural sustainability. These are all teams which are very important for the future of our country. We believe that research and innovation lies at the heart of what we need to do in the future of our country. And the fact that MCAST has given priority to its research agenda is very important. I've made some research myself, and I found out that from 5 researchers in the beginning, we have 96 researchers which were employed in the last 2 years. So MCAST has increased its research capability from 5 employees to 96 employees. So if you add them together, we have in excess of 100 researchers working here at MCAST. And indeed, it's swiftly becoming an important research and innovation hub for our country. Of course, it is important that we do all this in line with the needs of the industry, because we believe that the best research which we can do for the benefit of our country would be that which would have relevance on industry as well. So academic research is important, basic research is important, but we have to tie it hand in hand with research which makes sense for the industry on the ground. And if I have to be very frank, the landscape of research in Malta for the past 30 years, it was essentially based at the University of Malta, which does fantastic work insofar as research is concerned, with little research being made elsewhere in the industry and in other entities. And we would like to have more hubs creating research in Malta, not only university, we need to have to strengthen that aspect, but also MCAST and the industry at large. And we're doing 3 interesting things which I would like to share with you, and I would like to leave you this morning with a challenge which I would like to pose for you. So what are we doing in order to bolster research and innovation in Malta? First of all, we are in the process of finalizing the strategy for Malta insofar as the priorities for research is concerned. We call it the specialization strategy. Hard work has been undertaken in that document, and we are moving ahead very swiftly. Secondly, we have issued a consultation document for open science, which we believe is the road ahead for the future. And that way we are helping companies which might want to make use of research but do not have the capability or the resources, the human resources, to do that. And with open science, we are democratizing, the field of research and innovation. And finally, we have launched a project with the Chamber of Commerce, which we're calling Industrial PhD. We have launched it at the University of Malta, and we're going to launch another version for MCAST. We have discussed this with Professor Kalle and Dr. Rizzo, and the idea is to create a knowledge transfer exercise between industry and MCAST and academicians in Malta. And we believe that this project will lead to important benefits which will be shared by everyone. My challenge to you guys here this morning is to apply for funding. As you know, there are 2 kinds of funding available for researchers in Malta. National funding, coming in the forms of fusion and all the other funding streams available at MCAST. And there are the EU funds which are endless. There are huge amounts available for researchers. And I would like to see MCAST apply for funding to do research and win the competitions to obtain funding for research. That is the challenge I am posing in front of you. And I would really love to see MCAST competing for funding, both national and European funding. And eventually we can say that, since 2019, we have managed to build a structure which would make it possible for MCAST to obtain funding to do research projects. Of course, national funding would usually come in the form of a grant of roughly 200,000 euros, which is a considerable sum given the local market here in Malta. And so far as EU funds are concerned, there as you know, essentially great opportunities which I would love you to apply for. When I was accompanying President George Vella in a state visit in Croatia, it was an absolute pleasure for me to be greeted by the President of Croatia and his wife, and the President's wife was very happy to tell me actually that she did research here at MCAST years ago in her career, and she told me, send my salutations to the people at MCAST, and I would like to portray this message to you, that what you're doing here is already leaving a mark not only here in Malta, but also outside the shores of Malta. I really thank you for doing all this. I'm really happy that MCAST is, being an actor on the scene, and yeah, I'm sure that in the years to come, we will take a look back and see, well, we've done a fantastic job in investing in research and innovation and making a difference here in Malta. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister. I've been in education for over 35 years, which means I'm an aged academician, and this is the first time I hear a minister speak so passionately about research, which is quite something for our country, and I really thank you for sharing with us the projects that you have in mind. No doubt that we will be participating in this research initiative that you will be launching, and we've already discussed how this can help both the master's and the PhD students. For your information also, as you know, we have launched the doctoral degree a few weeks ago. We were aiming for 10 students. We have 10 students plus, which augurs well, and we are building the list for next year, because obviously for our capacity we cannot take so much doctoral students. But hearing about your specialization strategy and the open science consultation, this is something which we would gladly participate and give you our insights into. Talking about Croatia, just by way of information, last week we were in Dubai for the Expo, and we had a very, very interesting workshop there, talking about MCAST to so many other delegations. And when we invited the Minister for Education of Croatia, he gladly accepted to come, and he actually gave the concluding speech of a seminar by Malta to the rest of the world. So we have good links with Croatia, and I'm glad if the First Lady is here, that she visits MCAST with you. We will surely show her how this college has developed over the last 20 years. But allow me to thank you once again for being here, for sharing with us your thoughts. We gladly give you this booklet to show you the diversity, as you said, of the research that is taking place here. And once again, I wish to thank the pilots and the drivers of this initiative, and the future drivers, of course, the future driver, Dr. Kirkop. And really, I thank you all for participating in this expo. You have enriched our profile, that's for sure, and we hope that we have enriched also your professional profile by giving you a platform on which to excel in terms of research and innovation. So thank you very much. I'm not sure what the next step is.
So
thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kaluya. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We'll now continue with our agenda. So the four prior sessions will reopen back up to continue with the planned agenda. And in fact, within this room, we'll continue with speeches on the emerging tech and creative industry, while the Minister will visit the posters and oversee the expo that's going on the outside. I invite my colleague Edwin Zammi to continue chairing the session. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
ħafna. Intom komplejtu fuq ta'kom. Estajja, prosit. Jena tinkompli fuq il-virtual reality, tkun nesta mbagħad. Nerġgħu naqdu flimkien. Santi, eżatt. Aħjar ta' kif madonna l-ħedha l-ministru f'tiegħi.
Thank you for those of you who are joining us online as well. We'll now continue with our proceedings, and already on stage we have Mr. Mark Spiteri, who will be going through a highly interesting topic, which I think encapsulates exactly what this particular team is. So he will be combining technology, virtual reality, together with his area of expertise, which is schizophrenia and the use of this technology in the health sector. Mark, all yours.
Hello, thank you. Well, I'm Mark Spiteri. As Edwin already said, I will be creating a virtual reality learning tool, all right, to educate the public, students, professionals through virtual reality, what is schizophrenia. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so the study will be looking into interactive virtual reality for education and training in mental health. So we are combining mental health and ICT together, two institutes. Obviously, I'm not working alone. I'm working with Christina Gius, she's here today, and also with Fiorella. Christina is coming from the scientific background, and we have also Fiorella coming from the social healthcare background as well. So obviously, this I cannot do it alone because I'm not an expert in mental health, but obviously I can help them in the ICT section, in virtual reality. Yes, next slide. So my aims here are using innovative learning technology for the understanding of schizophrenia, targeting mainly the health and ICT sector, create an educational tool for healthcare professionals and students to further understand schizophrenia, all right, and educate the general public with regards to schizophrenia to improve social inclusion. Because still, when we see someone who has a psychotic episode, we call them crazy people. I would like to reduce this taboo, literally. So I would like to cover all, especially the public sector. Yes? So what is schizophrenia? It is a serious mental health condition, all right, where a person, this person lives a normal life. He has or she has a normal life. But sometimes they go through delusions, hallucinations. And obviously, when they have hallucinations and delusions, all right, people start to think these are different than us, which is not. I would like to show that these people are normal, having this everyday life. Why am I doing schizophrenia, not other type of mental disorder? All right. In Malta, we have over 11,200 persons diagnosed with schizophrenia. All right. By the year of 2017, every year around 30-40 people are diagnosed every year in Malta having schizophrenia, which is not a low number at all. Okay, so it is around 2.3% of the current Maltese population. All right. Next. So. How can VR improve social inclusion? So this is my role here. My role here is to create a VR interactive experience. All right, I'm going to be creating like a first-person view. All right, where a person is actually seeing the environment, going through a story. This story will be in an interactive story. All right, using real footage. So the people can feel actually what a person having such mental condition goes through. All right. So, such experience will give a different view about persons suffering from schizophrenia when they have a psychotic episode. All right, obviously, the scenery will be when the person has a psychotic episode, not when they are living their everyday life. All right, and the general public will be more empathic about their situations since they experience it themselves. Okay, so yes, next. Mela. So what has been achieved so far? We are still in our initial stages, all right? I have teamed up with a scientist and a sociologist to further understand the mental illness myself. And later, they will test the effectiveness of the VR tool. At the moment, they are already starting testing patients as well, because we are doing a holistic thing for persons suffering from schizophrenia. I'm taking the social aspect through VR, but Christina Joes is changing their diet. She's going to give these patients a different activities, exercises, okay? So to reduce the amount of medication they have to use, because medication obviously has a lot of side effects. We're trying to reduce their side effects, so ultimately we improve their social lifestyle and their own lifestyle. Okay. So what have I also created so far? We created a workshop with professionals coming from the mental health care sector and discussed the situation in Malta, how to recognize a psychotic episode, and how to handle persons going through a psychotic episode, in which this was a brainstorming activity we have conducted together, and we created a story at the end of the session, and with this story we also created kind of a script, all right, to know how to handle such behaviors if there is a psychotic episode whilst you're in public, for example. I also created an interactive story which is coming from this brainstorming activity, which you can go through this link, all right? Yes. The story is based on what we have achieved in the meeting together with the professionals, okay? Still, it needs improvement. I would like that you can try it out when you're free, all right? There are 7 chapters. Okay, so it's not that short, and yes, I would really like to have some feedback regarding how to improve the story. If you like how the way it navigates, the story navigates, you can also give your suggestions. In each page, you can give your feedback. Literally, you can give me your feedback, so I make the story more engaging and more obviously realistic. All right, yes. So why creating a textual interactive story? I'm creating this. Yes, you can press next, click the next one. It's simple. It's a plan before creating the video footage for the interactive VR experience. Obviously, to create the VR experience, I want to use footage to give more the human interaction side. Obviously, then later on, I'm going to have to have people coming from the drama section, coming from the creative arts section, which needs to have a script and act out and be part of this project as well. Yes, next. So what is going on at the moment? So at the moment, I am working on improving the interactive story, all right? I want it to be as realistic as possible. So I want people coming from the healthcare sector looking at the story, people coming from an IT background to tell me, listen, you can improve the interactivity by doing this, the navigation, doing this instead of that. And I also need to find out what controllers and visuals the general public who never used VR find easy to interact with. Because obviously the general public never used a VR tool. So obviously they're going to be a bit overwhelmed, and I want them to feel at ease when using it. Yes? So finding the best VR controllers. At the moment I am developing a simple VR game through Unity, all right, to test the general public abilities. I am doing this by giving the least amount of instructions on how to interact with the game, giving a small tutorial, all right, how to play the game. And I need to come up with an effective and easy to use VR learning tool to the general public. Yes. Next. So the game is going to be quite easy. They will be displayed with a lot of shapes or pictures with text underneath, and they have to select the highlighted object. For example, here the highlighted object is the diamond. All right. So to test this, go next slide, please. I'm going to use the Oculus controllers. Give them use hand gestures and use also voice recognition to interact. So further, obviously, I'm thinking ahead. So further, I see how the general public, all right, and students alike, find easier to interact with this VR game. I will obviously take time, all right, and if in 30 seconds they are not able to select the object, all right, highlighted, obviously it will be redundant, and the most redundant and time taken for that object to interact with will be obviously not used. All right? Yes, next. How can you help? Like already said, you can take a picture of this. That's why I made it big, so you can help me out here. All right, or take a screenshot for those who are online. Thank you. And go through the story. I would really appreciate if you give me feedback about the story we're doing. Yes, next. The ultimate goal here is to improve the social well-being and lifestyle of persons suffering from schizophrenia. All right, that's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. So if there are no questions, I just want to add a remark. I think this is a very highly interested, relevant, and this is what MCAST research would be. It has all features. It includes collaboration between different professionals here at MCAST. It includes a real application, and it will help the people out there. So well done.
Thank you
for that.
Yes?
You mentioned the possibility to collaborate with colleagues from the performing arts.
Yes.
And I think you can turn to the pages on the abstract book, where you will find a number of colleagues who are in the performing arts and who are interested in research. There are 3 of them, at least, who are theatre practitioners or dance practitioners. More actually, 4, 5. Also music. So I think there's quite a pool of stakeholders from the Institute for the Creative Arts who can contribute to this project, and I look forward to seeing it materialize. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Caruana. I will now proceed to the next presentation by Dr. Owen Sacco. I would like to invite you here on stage. During this presentation, Dr. Sacco will be providing further information on the Erasmus Plus project that he's leading, Eco-Design for EU. All yours, sir.
Hi. Hello. Hi. Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Edward. So, in this brief presentation, I'll be giving a overview of this project, which MCAST is coordinating. It's titled Eco-Design for EU, and what we're focusing on is Eco-Design for EU for creative and culture industries. And what we're focusing on is to create new training contents and vet qualifications on eco-design for the creative and cultural industries. Edward, next slide, please. Right, so what is this project all about? So first of all, like if we look at the processes of not only for creative and cultural industries, but in general how products are produced or materials are produced, they've got this traditional kind of process where we actually make products or materials and we dispose of them, which at the moment is not that much sustainable and also does not help, especially with our environment. So, so therefore, what we would like to do is we'd like to promote more on a process where we can improve as well on the circular economy, where we kind of design, produce, and recycle and reproduce to create this kind of circular approach. And in order to do that, right, the most important aspect is to focus on the design of the products. So if we actually improve on how we actually design the products and materials, then we can actually create this circular environment. In order to do that, right, we need to create awareness and also teach and pass on the message on how to do that. And therefore, the focus on this project, the whole objective and aim of this project is to create a curriculum on eco-design, which is actually on the design of products and materials, focusing on the creative and cultural industries in order to have a more sustainable process. So, as I mentioned, this project is on creating a new curriculum reference. So it's about creating a whole course, so to speak, on eco-design. We're focusing on the cultural and creative industries, and it will so we'll be promoting innovative work-based learning methods to address and target eco-design principles to CCIs in order to lead this transition to a more of a circular economy in these sectors. So in this consortium, it's made up of 8 partners originating from 7 different countries. As mentioned, MCAST is coordinating this project. Most of the partners are involved in the creative and cultural industries. Something to note is that this project is being coordinated both from ICT and also from ICA, from the creative arts. Right, so there are 4 intellectual outputs in this project. First is to create a curriculum of reference for eco-design and sustainable creative and cultural industries. The first intellectual output is, so to speak, finalized. So we actually created a curriculum where we created a course structure where we identified 8 different modules on eco-design principles, ranging from what is eco-design to actually how to implement and apply this. With this reference, then we can move on to which we actually already started, is we're working at the moment on the virtual campus, which is an online online learning tool, such as Moodle, where we will be providing the material for each module on this curriculum in order for participants and users to actually follow this curriculum. So at the moment we're in IO2, where we are creating this virtual campus, which is based on Moodle, and also in this intellectual output, we are also creating the material for these courses. Then the next intellectual output is a mobile assessment app. This is being led by MCAST, where this mobile assessment app will be to evaluate whether this curriculum is effective. It will be using gamification and also maybe some game-based learning as well, in order to assess the curriculum which we created. And at the end, the final intellectual output is to create a guidelines on how to deliver eco-design principles and also to implement such eco-design principles within courses and degrees. Yes, next. So who are the target users? First and foremost, so the evaluation, so once we've created the curriculum, once we create the course content and have our online module, the assessment app, then we will be evaluating. So first and foremost, we will be kind of training the trainers, so to speak, right? So we'll be, so in the first, so the evaluation is actually into phases. First, we will be evaluating with trainers, with teachers, trainers, and managers, even in industries. So we will be doing a pilot phase where we'll be guiding and implementing the evaluation, the curriculum to our to around 5 users per country. And then once we've kind of trained the trainers, then we will be evaluating with students whether this curriculum is effective. And we are targeting around 25 students from each country. And the piloting countries will be Malta, Spain, UK, France, Greece, Italy, and Ireland. Right. So so this project focuses on 4 main creative and cultural industries, mainly on the performing and visual arts, which we've got those partners over there who are in this area. Then in the second area is spatial design, product design, and digital games. This is which interests most MCAST. Then we also be looking into design of fashion products, and also in the crafts sector. This concludes my overview of this project. If you'd like to know more or even participate in this project, you can send me an email and we can discuss even further. Thank you.
Thank you, Owen, for this very good overview. I think it gave a very clear picture of what the project is about and what it sets to achieve. Furthermore, I think it's very valuable for MCAST, since what you're going to learn, from what you're going to develop, all those learnings and findings can be implemented in other projects. Well done in this aspect. Thanks a lot. I will now ask Dr. Caruana to join us here on stage for the final presentation. Dr. Caruana shall be discussing the impact of the developments of painting on the decoration of books of ours as illustrated in examples found in collection in Malta.
Thank you very much. Well, after such innovative presentations about an innovation of today for tomorrow, I'm going to go back in time, some 500-600 years, to look at the impact of developments in technology in the creative sector of the time. So mine is a historical approach to the subject, and it reflects my area of expertise, which is history of art, particularly the illuminated manuscript and the transition to the printed book. Yes, please. So through the introduction, I'm going to outline the aspects of this presentation. Namely, I'm going to look at contextual aspects, first of all. So I'm going to look at the Book of Hours. I'll give a brief overview of what a Book of Hours is, to outline the developments in printing that took place at an important transitional period, and to mention examples, relevant examples, which are found in Malta. The next part of the presentation will look at the text, particularly, no, one step back, please. We're going a bit too fast, faster than me. We'll look at aspects of technology and innovation of the time and how the text resulted as a part of this process. So we're going to be looking at the shift from the scribe to the printer and the publisher. After that, we'll be looking at aspects of decoration and how technology and innovation of the time impacted the aesthetic presentation and also the techniques that were used. And we'll be looking at illuminators for especially the handmade products, but also this transition to the printed output. And we'll be taking a look at some important graphic artists and how the iconography, which is found in the Book of Hours, featured elements which were a hangover of the past, but also moved a step forward as a result of this, the impact of this new technology. We'll also see changes in style which were resulting from new trends in Europe at the time. And then we'll wrap things up. So next slide, please. So in terms of context, next slide. the Book of Hours. I put this image here just for you to get an idea of the scale of the artifact. So we're looking at a piece, an object which is very intimate in proportions, right? A Book of Hours is basically a book from which a person would pray. Admittedly, not just pray, because people actually learnt to read and write, actually to read, through a Book of Hours. Sometimes it was the only book that a household would own. You can see that it is, no, please, I will tell you when to change the slides, please. It's small in proportions, intimate, and it features textual but also visual elements. The Book of Hours gained popularity in the late Middle Ages, and its importance resulted as from lay people wanting to emulate the religious way of life of people who were ordained in, monks, nuns, what have you. So it was the layman's response to a religious way of life. And in fact, it's often referred to as the layman's breviary, so to say. So we have a series of prayers which are also based on the breviary, but in a more simplified form. Okay, next slide. We have this notion of a monk, or sometimes later on a lay person busily handwriting the text, and here we have an illumination which actually illustrates this. Next slide, please. So from the handmade object, which involved a very complicated process involving a number of people. You had the parchmenter, you had the scribe, you had the illuminator. We moved to the mechanized process, which meant naturally that more artifacts could be produced with less effort, with less people involved, and in a more accurate manner. So with Gutenberg's innovations, where the movable type is concerned, so with his advancements in the printing technology, which impacted Europe in the mid-15th century, we have this shift from objects which were naturally more handmade to the mechanized system. Gutenberg is famous for the Bible that he produced at the time. But because the Book of Hours was such a popular type of book, it lent itself very well to this new technology. So entrepreneurs of the time said, okay, apart from the Bible, we can turn to other texts, such as the Book of Hours, and use this innovative system to produce books of hours from which people prayed, but also became literate. And it was an increasingly literate society. Okay, we can move to the next slide, please. Here we have two examples from Malta, from the Biblioteca in Valletta, which illustrate how two entrepreneurs at the end of the 15th century and also beginning of the 16th century took on board this new technology. So we have Philippe Picouchet, who was a printer publisher, and Simon Votre, who was a publisher, who collaborated together to produce a wealth of editions of books of hours, and in Malta we're proud to own 3. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes, this one. Okay, so this is an incunabulum, so it was printed before the year 1500. We're looking at around 1496. The output of books of hours picked up in the 1480s, especially in Paris. And Piguchet and Votre, in fact, were working together in Paris. So this is a late 15th century incunabulum. We'll move on to the next slide, please. A slightly later version can be found at the Wunyakur Collegial Museum in Rabat, also produced by this collaboration. Next slide, please. And this final example, which shows, and we'll be talking about this later on, how the Book of Hours was also following aesthetic trends, but not just technological trends, and shifting from this late Gothic aesthetic to a Renaissance one. Next slide. So after that contextual background, now we'll move on to the text. Next slide. As I said earlier on, we are used to this notion of illuminated books being produced by a monk in a scriptorium, and he obviously needed to have certain aids. We can see the exemplar, which is what he copied off, and he was busy writing one page at a time. With the advancement registered by Gutenberg, next slide, you have movable type. Everything can be laid out, the text laid out one letter at a time, in reverse order, as you can see, to be printed in multiple runs. So it's not one person copying one page at a time of one book, but multiple copies being produced as a result of the input that is made by the printer publisher. Next slide. Here I've presented a page of text from another book of ours, from the Biblioteca in Valletta. This time it's a manuscript. So this is handwritten and hand-painted. And what I'd like to show you is what sort of effort went into creating the handmade product. I'm not sure what you can see, but over here, along this edge, there are marks made by a pointed object, which would help the scribe to rule the manuscript. So before actually starting to write the manuscript, the parchment parchment pages needed to be ruled. Okay? Something which didn't need to be done in the printed version. The layout was already there. The scribe would write the whole text using justified, as we do today, right? Okay, using justified. Where it is not justified, he'd leave space for the illuminator to fill in the blanks. And he would already know which parts would need to be illuminated. So the scribe would leave out the decorative element of the process. You can imagine how time-consuming this endeavor is. So the scribe is laying things out, structuring everything for then the illuminator to take over after him. Next slide, please. From another book of ours, also from the Biblioteca, what I'm showing you here is further complexity in the process. So we have the text in black ink, which would have been written by one scribe. After him, probably the text in red ink, referred to as rubrication. After that, the initials which we come across in the middle of the text, and finally, the illumination of this initial and the surrounding border. So once again, you can appreciate how lengthy the process is. Next slide. And all that, rather than being handmade, then got transferred to a mechanical process, which process was not just limited to the texts, but also to the images. And therefore, That meant that more images could be produced because it was quicker and made more available. So the visual element could be, we mentioned, well, democratization was mentioned earlier on. So we have the democratization of the text and the images as a result of the process. Just a few things to note here. From this printed example, not only can we see that the print and the image, the text and the image were printed together, but we can also see that in the planning stage, there was the anticipation of the manual insertion of certain elements, the manual inclusion of certain elements. So what you're seeing as empty would have been intended to receive hand painting later on. Next slide. So, decoration. We made this reference to how the technology impacted the process of decorating the text. Next slide. So, from something of this sort, from this sort of aesthetic where you have a miniature or a historiated initial, borders surrounding text and image, together with these little litterae notabiliores they're referred to, we move to a different approach. Next slide, please. Here, I have included a transitional example. This example is not from Malta, but is associated with the Maltese Piguxe Votre printed output. This is a printed book of hours, but with hand-painted decoration. If you could just shift to the next slide, I am showing you here the equivalent print of this design without the hand painting. So this comes from a Maltese, an example in Malta, to show you how the printed version is also supporting the illumination and facilitating a quick output of the decorative component of the Book of Hours. Next slide. Initially, printed imagery was very simple, and even the type of technique, here we're looking at woodcuts, right? This is the early French, early Parisian output of the Book of Hours. Very simple, very linear, allows for a lot of space in the design. Later on, with such artists as Albrecht Dürer, we have the graphic arts standing on their own 2 feet, so to say. It's a work of art in its own right. It does not need the chromatic element. It doesn't need anything else. It's complete in itself. Next slide. And what we see with the printed versions of Piguxe and Votre is pretty much related to what Albrecht Dürer produced, in that it's quite complete in presentation, but it also provides an element of continuity. So a person would have been used to seeing this sort of manuscript version of a Book of Hours with the miniature, an episode from the Christmas story, especially in the central text, which was the Hours of the Virgin Mary, the enlarged initial together with that Ranceau border. Next slide. This is what the printed output looked like. You have that miniature where you have a composition, once again, of the Christmas narrative, that hand-painted enlarged initial, a border which is printed, but which has some hand-painting included in it. Next slide. The element, this association of the mechanized with the hand-painted, features strongly in the early examples of the printed Book of Hours, such as this incunabulum. This is, so the text is printed, the rest is hand, inserted by hand, including those red lines which are the lingering element of the ruling marks of the manuscript element. They didn't need to be there, but aesthetically people were used to it, so they carried on using it. Next slide. Okay, so other elements. Here you can see the level of detail that could be achieved in the visual content of these books of ours. Just to give you an idea, this book is barely this size, okay? So what you're seeing on screen is magnified several times. So you can imagine how detailed this is. Next slide. This two-page spread accounts for what was a tour de force of the Piguichet Votre Association. Their inclusion of this danse macabre in the borders was one of the highlights of their output, and it was one of the things that made them famous. So this sort of like pretty much animated dance in the borders of several pages referring to the Office of the Dead, which was an integral part of the book of ours, is something which is quite noteworthy. Next slide. I mentioned, therefore, the technical side of things, but there's also the iconographic side of things. So whilst there were standards that had been created over time, wherein there was like an iconographic program where there were set themes represented according to the text that was being prayed, okay? With printing, one could afford to have many more images and more, a greater diversity of images, sometimes even secular rather than religious, were included in printed books of ours. And these are some examples, right? So you can see this anatomical sort of portrayal of man as governed by the planets. There's over there representation of the chalice. There's Bathsheba, David and Bathsheba. Next slide. Here I've included this because it's interesting to see how, even apart from iconographically, here you have the death of Uriah, which was not a common theme represented in books of ours. You also have a stylistic change within the same book, right? You will notice that this is flatter in presentation, it's more archaic in style, it's more referencing the Gothic idiom. Whereas in the same book, you see, right, and these are two-facing pages, right, you see a typical Renaissance style of output. So the transition is not just a technological transition from manuscript to something which is mechanized, but it's also stylistic, from the late Gothic to the Renaissance. And this is all embodied in these little books, which are precious little treasures that we have here in Malta. Next slide. In conclusion, yeah, I think I've summed it up in that last point. No, that this emerging technology of the mid-15th century resulted in creative innovation. Our artists, maybe I can go one slide back if you don't mind, to mention the two artists who are here. We have Jean Ypres and Jean Pichot, two French artists. So our printer publishers engage these artists to come up with this creative work. What's interesting about them is that they caught on to this innovation that was taking place. They shifted because they were not, how can I say, formed as graphic artists. They would have been painters, they could have been involved in stained glass, and they were tapestries, that sort of thing, but they saw that there was potential in this area, and they contributed wholeheartedly and were innovators in this sector. Okay, so back to the conclusion. Next slide. Yes, so there was this shift, therefore, shift in aesthetic, shift in style, shift in technology, which creative practitioners of the time embraced. And we are lucky in Malta to have prime examples of this output. Thank you. Next slide. Very much. Thank you.
So, are there any questions?
Hello, thank you for your very insightful presentation. My question is, in the case of illustrations without any color,
Yes.
is it considered valuable, less valuable, and is there research on the digitization of such manuscripts and possibly decolorization?
Okay. So,
Thank you.
yes, the graphic work in itself is of prestige. It was carried out by artists of repute, and they were, as I mentioned, they were also being innovative in their ways. So I mentioned Albrecht Dürer, I think, who is one of the graphic artists par excellence. And his output is noteworthy, irrespective of whether there is polychromy or not. So I don't think that color is what determines value. I think it is a number of other factors which come into play. So there is nothing that detracts from the aesthetic value of a work with, you know, if it is not polychrome. In terms of digitization, there is a lot which is happening in the cultural heritage sector by way of digitization. In fact, I know that the Biblioteca itself has its own digitization campaign, and most of the illuminated manuscripts that there are at the Biblioteca are actually digitized. And I think that it is an important factor, also part of this democratization that we mentioned earlier on, whereas earlier on, you know, the graphic element meant, and the mechanized element, that more people could have access to books and could afford a book and could also then have access to the different images associated with the book. I think nowadays with digitization, you have the possibility to explore these beautiful treasures outside the context of the library itself. So I don't know if I've answered your question to the full. Okay, thank you.
Are there any further questions? I do have a question.
Yes.
So when it comes to these books,
Yes.
I assume, not being knowledgeable in the sector, is that these are books made by foreign people, not non-Maltese.
Okay.
How did these arrive to Malta?
Okay, so these particular examples will, well, some of them are documented to have formed part of the library collections of members of the Order of St. John. One particular example, manuscript 6, which I illustrated here, belonged to the collection of the Bailly de Breteuil, who was one of the important founders of the library, or contributors to the collection of the library. All, theoretically, were obliged to leave their library to the Biblioteca upon when they died. They didn't always follow that rule, but that was theoretically the obligation. So Malta benefited from that, but it's not the only way. You had certain monasteries, for example, which would have been would close down, and Malta would become a beneficiary of those. Plus, there's the element of portability. A book is something which you can carry with you and take wherever you like. So, you know, with travel, mobility, etc., books could reach Malta in a very easy way. Latching on to the point that you mentioned, yes, these are all examples which have foreign origins, but there are also examples which were produced in Malta at a later stage, admittedly, normally under the influence of southern Italian and Sicilian craftsmen who were present on the island. But we do have some works which were clearly a Maltese output later in time.
Thank you, Dr. Corona. To sum this up, I think it's both your works, but also the works that we've seen is impressive. One word, nothing to add to that. And it also, I think you've summed it up very correctly by stating that this illustrates how the technological changes will enable a change in even reflected in the artwork. So I think to conclude this session, I think I'm covering the screen, but to conclude this session, I would like to thank all presenters. I think we had a nice diversity, and this showcases what we're doing here at MCAST. And thank you all for attending. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. My name is Nika Levikov. I work as the EIT Climate Kick Hub Manager, which is based at ERIC. So I would like to introduce our first talk. It's by Joseph Attard, who will be, his talk is on bus ID system aiding visually impaired persons.
So, jisimni Joey Attard u qed nibda din sistema li għandha tgħin lil persuni b'nuqqas ta' dawl biex ikunu jistgħu jużaw il-buses biktar freedom. Tajjeb, kif qegħdin ngħidu, ġifieri l-aim tal-proġett huwa illi iktar nies jistaw jużaw il-buses, ovvjament bħala side kif taqbad tgħid xi ħaġa li hija tkun edid ħajkollna wkoll elderly li wkoll jkunu jistgħu jużaw din il-buses ukoll għax ovvjament is-sistema li ħadd tagħmel huwa illi meta l-karozza tal-linja tkun qiegħda tapproachja lil-bus stop jew il-bus stage il-bus stage tannawnsja l-arrival tagħha. Il-sistema hija magħmula minn żewġ partijiet, ħajkun hemm transmitter wieħed illi ħajkun fil-back end office tal-Malta Public Transport u ħajkun hemm multiple receivers fuq kull stage. Initially il-sistema għamilt transmitter għal fuq kull bus, il-driver idaħħal il-route number u il-transmitter jibat il-data every 5 seconds. Il-transmitter kellu line of sight range ta' 250 meters, però il-Malta Public Transport u anka l-Association for the Visually Impaired Persons għalu li biex kemm jista' jkun id-driver ma jkollux involviment fija is-sistema u wkoll illi once illi il-bus tal-linja tasal fuq l-istage ma tibqax tannawnsja l-arrival tagħha wara l-MPT qalu li biex il-transmitters inneħħuhom minn fuq il-buses u nużaw l-infrastructure li għandhom bħalissa. Minnaħa ta' receiver għandi qed nuża GSM modem issa, għandi microcontroller illi tirċievi id-data minn fuq il-GSM modem, u mbagħad għandi chip recorder IC, din l-IC tintuża fil-answering machines ħafna drabi, però minflok tissejvja messaġġ wieħed, il-mod kif ħadimt jiena qiegħed nissejvja multiple messages fuqha. U allura ħankun qiegħed naddressja l-fatt illi minn fuq stage wieħed jistgħu jgħaddu iktar minn route bus waħda, iktar minn waħda, tajjeb. Bħalissa qed nuża għax din iċ-ċippa għandha kemm microphone u anki amplifier stage fuqha, però l-amplifier mhux b'saħħtu biżżejjed. Fil-fatt, is-suġġerimenti tal-Visually Impaired Persons Association kien li il-sistema mhix tajjeb biżżejjed u ovvjament dika nirranġaw għax nagħmlu amplifier. Il-sistema bħalissa qiegħda tibgħat messaġġ titkellem bl-Ingliż biss u ħanbidluha għal Malti u għall-Ingliż. U kif qegħdin ngħidu, is-sistema jixtiequ wkoll illi once li l-bus telqet minn fuq l-istage tgħid li l-bus telqet minn fuq l-istage u xi ħaġa oħra li ma kontx qiegħed naħseb fuqha, però they highlighted it hija illi l-case tkun b'saħħitha biżżejjed biex tipproteġi against vandalism. Minnaħa tal-MPT, l-unika ħaġa li dejqithom kienet il-fatt li kont qiegħed indaħħal transmitter għal fuq kull bus u ma kull ma jridu huwa li nużaw l-infrastruttura eżistenti tagħhom. U allura dan it brought about li kelli nerġa' nagħmel redesign tas-sistema u illum qed naħdem b'modem li hija 4G u qed nibgħat u nirċievi data over the internet. Okay. Kif konti qed ngħid, is-sistema issa għandna qiegħda taħdem with a 4G network. Ovvjament il-sistema hija robust għax għandna żewġ operaturi tal-mobiles li coverjaw il-żewġ gżejjer sewwa. Okay. F'dan l-istat fejn qiegħed bħalissa fl-stage li wasalt issa huwa rnexxieli nikkomunika mal-modem, nibatilha 80 commands, qed naħdem ħafna low level. Irnexxielu wkoll niftaħ żewġ sockets kemm in TCP/IP service and also in HTTP service niftaħu nagħlaqhom. Irnexxielu wkoll issa nagħmel a full cycle bit-TCP/IP. HTTP service issa fadalli biex nagħmilha. Once li nagħmel dawn l-affarijiet ħanerġa' nikkomunika mal-Malta Public Transport biex inkun nista' ovvjament nara naqrax qegħdin jużaw bħala protokolls huma u nkun nista' naqqat is-sistema mas-sistema li għandhom bħalissa. Din hija l-modem li qed nuża. Għandha kollox integrat ġo fiha. This is a mobile phone, tista' tgħidilha. It is a mobile phone, ġifieri letteralment nista' taħdem xogħol, tagħmel xogħol ta' mobile. U again hija apposta għal 4G network. Mela, hawn xi ħadd jistaqsi xi ħaġa? Yes.
Hearing impaired people, they usually have hearing aids which can receive messages from external devices so that in public places they could hear announcements and so on and so forth. Maybe you could do it as well for hearing impaired people.
Once li jkollna kif taqbad tgħid, once li jkollna is-sistema da taħdem mal l-iktar xi ħaġa li I am forcing li ħad tkun diffiċli hija kif ħan irretrievjaw id-data bil-protokolls li qed jużaw l-MPT. Daqshekk biss. Once li għamlu dik, ovvjament aħna designers tas-sistema and we can do whatever we want. Ġifieri ma tkunx problema. I mean, aħna naħdmu ħafna low level, il-hardware nibnu aħna, ġifieri ma nsibu xejn lest bħal speċi. Allura ma għandix tkun le problema.
It's just an add-on on what you have already.
Eżatt. L-unika kif taqbad tgħid, l-unika hurdle li qed nara kif naqbżu di li jkollna l-communication both in two ways mas-server tal-MPT. U mbagħad nistgħu ngħidu li minn hemmhekk iridu m'għandux ikollna ġifieri we can do whatever we would like to do with the data.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Round of applause.
Thank you.
I would like to now welcome Malcolm Calagari Conti, who is going to be giving a talk on the electric vehicle scenario.
Thanks. So, thanks for having me. This research is still in its infancy, so it will be just basically an introduction to what we'll be doing over the coming years and what we've done over the past year in terms of how we have moved forward. So if we can switch to the first slide. Yes. So basically our first task last year was to purchase an electric vehicle, or rather come up with a specification for purchasing an electric vehicle. So what happened was that Okay, first thing we did was basically we specified a number of parameters. As you can see, we specified the fast charging to be around 300 kilometers for every hour of charging. We specified the range to be greater than 275 kilometers per charge, and the price to be less than 30,000 euro for the vehicle. Basically, 30,000 euros is taken as the benchmark of an electric vehicle worldwide. Actually, the actual benchmark is around 29,500 odd euros. The range, we specified it to 275 kilometers, but as you can see over here, we did not specify the size of the battery. Most batteries are measured in the amount of ampere hours they can produce. However, that ampere hour is affected directly by the discharge rate of that battery. So the faster we discharge it, generally, the lower the amount of ampere hours, which means that you will be favoring, by specifying an amount of ampere hours, you'll be favoring less powerful cars, normally. So once we got that, if we could change the slide over. Right, we got a number of vehicles. There were 70 or 80 vehicles which were considered from an initial result of around 200 vehicles. Out of the 200 vehicles, we broke that down and came down to these two vehicles, mainly the Opel Corsa E and the Peugeot E208. Both of them having a price range which is within the, as you can see, within the bracket, with the Peugeot E208 being just above the 30,000 euro mark. Now, if I had to take all these parameters and plot them for each vehicle, then we could change the slide over. Okay, if you could plot all the parameters for each vehicle against the price, as you can see, you have a whole riffraff of what's going on. So, for example, if you had to take the 0 to 100 time, if you had to take the top speed, if you had to take the range, all of them just produce funny data, which basically shows us that that is being controlled directly by who is producing the vehicle. It is not intrinsically controlled, intrinsic from the component itself. The only data which is intrinsic as with the component is actually the capacity of the battery. And as you can see, as the capacity of the battery increases, the performance increases, the price increases linearly, which means that the battery is controlled directly by the amount of material which you put in it and the amount of work which you put in the battery, which obviously shows us that battery capacity will evolve to a certain stage, but more research is required in order to reduce that price, because just increasing the battery size would effectively increase the cost. In fact, I'm happy to announce that there has been a development from Tesla from last year to this year, and Tesla have said that they are redesigning the battery completely, using completely different elements. And this means that basically they are trying to reduce the price of the battery, because the lithium-ion batteries, which have now been with us since the 80s, have actually come to practically their maximum in terms of performance, and they can't push them, at least with current technology, much further. Right, next slide, please. Now our second task was to build an electric vehicle workshop, and in order to do this, the first thing we looked at was actually the equipment which needs to get into it. So switching that over, yep. Basically, all the equipment now has to comply with a live working standard, which is a standard which is right now being transferred from one community to another in order to see that it is actually on track. The standard is BN-EN ISC 60900, produced in 2018. Obviously, as we're saying, it's still a live standard, which means that it has not yet been finalized. In fact, the last version has been a red-line version. That standard then needs to be used in order to buy measuring instruments, testing equipment, tooling, PPE, VPE. Okay, all this needs to be according now to that standard, because obviously I can't work with a spanner, which is a solid metal spanner, when I have 400, 800 volts beside me, ready to shock me. So if we move forward, you can see some of the tools which are currently being produced. As you notice, perhaps they are quite bulky in terms of, for example, spanners. They are quite bulky when compared to current spanners being used. However, this may be okay given that electric vehicles normally have fewer components inside them, which means that probably, if we keep the same size of car, there's no need to have so much close contact between the components. So move over. We also have other electrical equipment. These need to be purchased by MCAST and other third-party education institutions if we are to have an electric vehicle course, because we need both the electric vehicle and electric vehicle courses have been specified by several authors to also include vehicle charging points. So the vehicle charging point installation, servicing, and management has also need to be included within the vehicle course itself. So the vehicle now is not our center of attention, but rather it has been split between the charging of the vehicle and the vehicle itself, being both the responsibility of that serviceman. Anyway, there are many things which need to be bought, like for example, phase sequence analyzers, insulation resistance, continuity analyzers, and all this. And if we go on to the next slide. In terms of VP and PPE, the amount is incredible. So all this needs to be done because we are working at ultra high voltages. They are working at voltages of 400, 800, even 1,000 volts. We need, for example, where it didn't used to be a problem before, but these days we need, for example, insulated rescue poles to pull a person off a high voltage supply should he get shocked. They also work on mats. So basically we have mats which are fully insulated so that if you do get a shock, you're actually isolated from earth, which gives you a bit of more chance to, not die. Warning place cards, for example, have increased by 10 times as much. Before, you used to have warning place cards being placed, for example, on the key section of the vehicle when you are using the engine. And it used to say, do not obviously turn this engine on, or as this engine is being serviced, or so on and so forth. These days, you need warning cards as to which vehicle is being serviced, even cones on the roof, showing that that vehicle, for example, is electrified. Right. Lifting devices have increased. Basically, a standard vehicle is in the range of around 1 to 1.5 tons. An electric vehicle goes in excess of 2.5 tons with its current technology. I do believe that, in fact, that is the next way forward to reduce the weight of that vehicle. However, if we are to be prepared for current vehicles, including Tesla's, the Model 3, which is particularly heavy, the lifting devices need to be upped from 2 tons, which was a standard lifting device, to around 4 tons. We also need lifting devices for the battery. The battery is an extremely weighty component of the vehicle, and that needs to be brought down from the vehicle whenever it needs to be serviced or replaced. So that has its very own lifting device. Wheel alignment is much like the wheel alignment we used to have in normal internal combustion engine vehicles. However, wheel alignment now takes on a different dimension because every second which you can adjust means an increase in efficiency for that vehicle, which means an increase in range. And as we know, most people suffer from what is known as range anxiety. In Malta, there's no range anxiety because obviously vehicles are giving 275, 300 kilometers per charge, so 300 kilometers is enough for a week. However, in other foreign countries, most people travel more than that amount per day. Increasing the wheel alignment means that on average you can save up to 10% on your battery, which means that you can get around 10% more mileage, which is good news for wheel alignment producers, I guess. We also went into the problems of battery fumes. Battery fumes are in fact emitted from current batteries. The volume released from a standard lithium-ion battery, as you can see over here, of ethylene, for example, is around 36 times below the current limit, all current safety limits. Carbon monoxide is around 6.1 times below that. And we go down to ridiculous amounts, like, for example, hydrogen being 7,700 times below the amount which is permitted by that by health and safety standards. So we are very safe even when considering very large safety factor. Okay. This year I went into actually trying to see how this topic could be taught within MCAST and within third-party institutions. As you can see, in order to increase quality, most institutions throughout Europe, here I'm comparing many countries, okay, and all their conditions, use accreditation, they use quality control, and the question now comes as to what do people trust? Do they trust the mother company, or do they trust a third-party institution such as ours, MCAST, in order to teach them about electric vehicle servicing? Well, I went through a bit of a small analysis in the small time I had. And if I could switch to the next slide. Basically, it came out that currently, unfortunately, currently, as you can see, both students and non-students are not comfortable with the quality of electric vehicle course which MCAST may provide currently. However, as you can see from the above percentages, then the future, this increases greatly. So somehow, students know that this institution and other institutions like it are fully capable of producing electric vehicle courses of very high quality, both students and non-students. As regards the manufacturer, the results are very promising within the S, and obviously that can be taken as our control. Right? The manufacturer knows practically everything about the vehicle, so people tend to trust the manufacturer more. However, when I asked the same people whether they believe that MCAST produces better education than the manufacturing institution, or else does MCAST give better education versus the training of the education of the automotive manufacturer, it was very positive towards MCAST, which means that people are seeing that the education at MCAST and third-party institutions is higher, is better, but on the other hand, the equipment, the expertise provided by the manufacturer is also better. So my conclusion would be that the best way to proceed with this kind of scenario is to have a combination of both fields, which is basically the manufacturer collaborating directly with MCAST. This has been done, in fact, in Bulgaria and Slovenia, with Bulgaria expecting 300 students to be graduating by the end of this year. Slovenia having the same kind of scenario with 500 odd students being graduated in electric vehicle servicing by the end of this year. And it's also been introduced as well at higher levels, which means level 6, 7, and 8 within Fraunhofer University and other international universities, which are in direct collaboration with universities from China, who seem to be very much in advance on these kind of situations. So, from what I've seen till now, at least, my personal opinion would be to merge the two sections together, where you have training and education being carried out both by MCAST and by an automotive manufacturer. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you. That was excellent. Any questions from the audience?
In the very first slides, you included the fast charging option to be a requirement for the MCAST electric vehicle. Why is this?
In general, it's because the industry is moving towards longer times, and if not longer times, faster charging times. Longer ranges and faster. So in order to keep up with where the industry is going, I try to specify a fast charge rate. In general, Right, so the industry is trying to move either to longer ranges or else to faster charging times in order to combat range anxiety. Most people will get to work in 300 kilometers. Most people live within the 300 kilometer proximity of their job, else they would catch a tube. So the industry is trying to comply with, listen, let's get them 300 kilometers, then fast charge the car to be ready within an hour, say, so that they can use it to go to another place. And that would also combat the problem with salespeople. There are a large number of cars which are being used in the industry by salespeople and people moving from one side to the other, selling in shops and things like this. If you stop at a shop for 10 minutes and your car can get an extra 50 kilometers, that would be brilliant. So pushing this vehicle to charge faster would mean that it is more relevant to today's technology.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So just a couple of quick questions from me. I don't think that this is something you're looking into, but out of curiosity, is it a plan to look into how the batteries are going to be recycled in Malta?
Yeah, actually, that is part of the infrastructural plan. I know I'm a two-person band at the moment, so we're trying to come up with at least a course which we can, implement. But yes, that is one mega problem. So most countries are actually using them as second-hand batteries for example, powering houses and things like this. I do see their potential, for example, in powering, for example, stadia, when you need air conditioning within a stadium. That way you can store the charge for 5, 6, 7 days, and then when you need it, it is all released into the air conditioning system in order to cool down the stadium.
Oh, great. Love it.
So that would
Also, a problem that we see in Malta is students are not being given the proper training and education to fill the needs of industry. So I really like what you were saying earlier about working with industry to basically align. What are the barriers in this, in making sure that the students come out of this degree and are well equipped also with the practical skills that they need to work in industry?
Unfortunately, Malta, the barrier is industry, which means that industry itself prefers training its own servicemen and not investing in communities like MCAST. I came from the University of Malta, and they didn't used to invest in the University of Malta. They just don't invest. All they see are profits, unfortunately. And I think that would be the greatest step forward, where industry realizes that by having human capital present in your island means that eventually you will not need to import people from external countries, which means both an inconvenience for them and also higher costs for the industry itself. Once that happens, but right now, I don't think they can see it.
Well, hopefully in time. Okay, another round of applause. Thank you so much. Okay, so next up we have Andy Bujeha, who's doing a talk on applied research in electric vehicles, so very similar topic.
Il-research tiegħi ħatkun fuq electric vehicle, it's an applied research biex nikkonvertu electric car biex nużawa biex nagħmlu l-istudenti fl-MCAST. The main idea is to convert a used donated REVA into a didactic jig to facilitate learning on electric vehicles. Ovvjament il-studenti huma ċ-ċentru ta' dan il-proġett biex u anke l-lecturer biex ikun jista' juża din l-electric vehicle biex jgħallem u anke jassessja l-istudenti. Bħal objectives li għandna kif ġiġa għedna biex il-lecturer ikun jista' jaċċessa l-components ta' din il-karozza u allura jispjega aħjar l-istudenti jkun jista' b'mod safe jaħdem fuq dan il-jig u hekk jitgħallem iktar malaj u jkollu ġiġa l-prattika biex meta jmur fl-industrija jkun jista' jaħdem. Next slide. Dawn huma xi ftit mistoqsijiet li kellna fil-bidu, din kienet ilha wieqfa mhux ħażin u allura ridna niċċekkjaw xi affarijiet qabel niddeċiedu fejn sa mmorru. L-iktar ħaġa li tinkwetana kienet il-batteries li hija l-qalb tal-karozza u għedna min jaf jirnexxilniex inġibuha taħdem dana. Staqsejna wkoll hija vijabbli li mmorru naqilbuha minn lead-acid għal lithium-ion. Jien naħseb li fil-verità l-hemm irridu nimxu u dak bażikament illi minn DC motor naqilbu għall-AC li DC drive kemm xejn antika issa u allura tista' tkun teknoloġija li ma tkunx daqshekk rilevanti li nagħmlu biha. Next slide. Din naqra literature fuq din il-karozza bażikament hija kumpanija Indjana illi bdiet tipproduċi daw il-kumpaniji fit-2001 kienet ħarġet bl-lead-acid batteries u bid-DC motor drive. Il-range kienet ftit 50 to 70 kilometers imma għall-inner city use kienet biżżejjed għal dak iż-żmien u mbagħad is-second generation fit-2006 bdew joħorġu bl-AC drive. U allura kellna improvement anka fil-regenerative braking system tagħha illi hija il-vantaġġ kbir li għandhom l-electric vehicles fuq il-normal vehicles, il-combustion engine type. U anka fl-aħħar mbagħad kienu qed joħorġu dawn il-karozzi bil-lithium-ion. Next slide. Din hija fil-fatt ritratt tal-batteries li sibna ġol karozza. Il-batteries il-kapaċità tagħhom hija 200 ampere hours. Vantaġġ biex tallem l-electric vehicles fuq studenti at level 2, level 4, 3 u 4 bażikament hija li għandek low voltage u allura għandek iktar safety biex inti jkollok iktar moħħok mistrieħ għalkemm xorta l-proċeduri ta' safety jridu jkunu hemm u jkollok lodda kif qal Melkin qabel jiġifieri xorta rridu neżiġu li jkunu eżegwiti. Dana il-lead-acid kif nafu hija naqra itqal mhux ħażin mill-lithium-ion u dawn ma jistax tħallihom discharge għal ħafna żmien. Fil-fatt mhumiex maintenance free, anzi trid tieħu ħsieb illi timlihom bl-ilma, ġifieri daw kultant żmien u apparti li hija teknoloġija naqra antika illum qed naraw shift illi ma jeżistix fuq din linja. Next slide, please. Din fuqha sibna li għandha charger ġiġa fuqha kif qed ngħidu fuq il-lead-acid, 2.2 kW charger, għandha fuse ta' 250 amp, il-motur huwa around 4 kW ġifieri biżżejjed biex tippowerja il-motur li għandha fuqha. Kif qed ngħidu every 2 weeks timliha bl-ilma u hija naqra inconvenient. Next slide. Il-batteries iridu jġorru l-istess load u allura importanti li il-charging system tkun balanced. Alright, issa kellna ftit dilemma biex inkunu nistgħu niċċarġjaw dawn il-batteries minħabba illi tittara li l-electrodes huma kkaverjati bl-ilma imma ma tistax titfa' ilma qabel ma jkollok il-battery ċċarġjata fil-waqt illi biex inti tkun tista' tieħu t-test tara il-ħel tagħha wkoll trid tkun fully charged. Ġifieri għandna battery li hija totalment dead u rridna inqajmuha biex inkunu nistgħu insewwuha bażikament. U next slide. Iddeċidejna li mmorru għal trickle charge. Bdejna niċċarġjaw individwalment waħda b'constant voltage u anka bil-current limiting ta' 3 amps. Daw il-lead-acid skont l-specifications kienu jieħdu anka temper charging ta' 40 amps imma f'dak il-każ ġifieri aħna qedna ħammorru iktar bil-mod biex kemm jista' jkun ma nagħmlux u ma nawġux il-plates tal-batteries u hekk dan. Next slide. Dan huwa l-mutur u l-controller li sibna fuq il-karozza. Karozza kif qed ngħidu għandha 4.8 kilowatt DC motor u jista' jitla sa maksimu ta' 3.1. Il-controller huwa Curtis u miegħu mbagħad jekk nużaw irridu programmer u software li biex inkunu nistgħu nissetjaw il-braking, il-regenerative braking, l-acceleration u dawn l-affarijiet kollha. Next slide. Dan huwa l-controller bħala informazzjoni sibna ħafna fuq ġifieri din huwa vantaġġ illi inti jkollok l-informazzjoni available huwa kemm xejn sempliċi biex wieħed jistartja bih u allura tista' tkun option tajba illi fil-bidu l-studenti iż-żgħar jibdew jaħdmu fuq xi ħaġa bħal di. Next slide. L-ewwel suġġeriment tiegħi fil-fatt huwa illi nixtru bidirectional DC power supply 15 kilowatts. Dana biex inkunu anke nistgħu nittestjaw ir-regenerative braking tal-karozza u allura nkunu nistgħu naraw is-sistema taħdem sew. U dan importanti li dan il-power supply jkun jista' jintuża kemm jekk inżommu s-sistema preżenti tad-DC power drive kif ukoll jekk aħna nupgradejaw għall-AC powertrain. Kif qedtilkom qabel ma stajtx nipprova s-sistema tal-motur minħabba illi il-batteries kienu totally flat. I couldn't do the tests that I wished to. Next slide. Tieni suġġeriment huwa illi naqilbu s-sistema għall-AC drive ħalli nistgħu nagħtu l-opportunità lill-istudent li jkun jista' jaħdem fuq iż-żewġ sistemi. U anke ikun hemm ċans li fejn l-istudent jitgħallem ukoll jaqleb minn sistema l-oħra u jekk ikun hemm forsi l-possibilità li jagħmel upgrade f'xi karozza oħra jkollu għall-inqas dik l-esperjenza. Next slide. Din hija x'għamilna fuq il-batteries, jiġri l-ewwel waħda prattikament ma jridx iżżomm l-ebda charge, bdiet intellawha ftit voltage wara ftit tinżel 2.5. It-tieni waħda bdiet tirrispondina aħjar. Imma kif qed ngħidu the sad news is that the energy pack will perform as well as the pack's weakest cell. Ġifieri jekk ħaniġu biex inħadmuha xorta l-iktar waħda dgħajfa di ħadd ikkondizzjonalna s-sitwazzjoni. Next slide. Lokalment jeżistu ġifieri sistemi biċ-charger ġo fihom energy packs illi dawn ma tantx jiswew flus fis-sens illi huma €2,000 kapaċi tixtri 5.6 kWh lithium-ion battery plus charger ġo fiha. Din tista' tintuża wkoll in combination ma' electric motor, dak li qed taraw hemmhekk hija battery pack li tintuża fuq motur bażikament tal-elettriku u jekk jinxtara l-motur inkunu nistgħu nużaw il-battery pack għaż-żewġ. Dana naturalment ma teskludix il-power supply illi bis-saħħa tiegħu aħna nkunu nistgħu nużawh bħala testing fuq il-workbench tas-sistemi tal-power drive li nużaw. Dan wieħed mis-suġġeriment li għandi. Fl-aħħar mill-aħħar jien naħseb li din il-karozza għall-lavori għandha teknoloġija antika nistgħu għandna nupgradejawha, għandna ninvestu ftit flus mhux ħafna biex għall-inqas l-studenti ta' level 2 jew 3 jew anke 4 ikunu jistgħu jitgħallmu l-prinċipji bażiċi tal-electric vehicle. Bażikament il-voltage huwa 48 volts li mhuwiex daqshekk perikolus meta tikkonsidra electric cars tal-lum, pereżempju Nissan Leaf 380 volts, pereżempju hemm xi kumpanija Ġermaniża jekk niftakar sew il-Volkswagen għandha 800 volts battery. Ġifieri dawn għal-livell għal ċertu inexperienced students l-ewwel l-aħjar li għandna mmorru huwa għal low voltage. Biex jitgħallmu l-prinċipju. Dak kollox. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions?
Why don't we go for a direct DC supply from a workshop? A very wall outlet which is DC supply.
We can actually design a power supply from a 230 volts system, but actually this type of power supply that I'm suggesting, you can monitor the current and actually record that data using the software that comes with that power supply. By the way, that power supply costs around 6,000 to 8,000, depends the model that you go. Your suggestion is a cheaper solution. Okay, we can design that power supply, but that could be another
project.
Another project.
Okay.
And in fact, I discussed this with my colleague, and he suggested that we first get this power supply so that we can sort of use it to design a more, maybe a fixed power supply, particularly for this vehicle. But in all MCAST, it's good to have a high power supply that can be used not only for the automotive section, can be used in all engineering areas actually.
Maybe you could consider what voltage would that power supply reach? I noticed it's from Delta.
There are different models. You can opt for 0 to 72 with 485 amperes. The power is always constant, 15 kilowatt bidirectional. My opinion is that we go for a 0 to 500 with a 90 ampere current output. Always 15 kilowatts.
Maybe if the Germans are designing at 800 volts, as eventually this will be phased out, and next up will be.
Actually, we can go for the 1,500 volt power supply with a reduced amount of current, but then we need to buy another power supply to put them in parallel, and you get more current. This can be upgraded.
So many power supplies.
Yes, I agree with you. But first, you need to determine the voltage, and then the current will come by put the power supplies in parallel.
Okay.
That's why I said, my opinion, we go for the 72 volts power supply is good for this vehicle, but I think most of the vehicles, the electric vehicles, they go under 500 volts. But we won't obviously be able to service other vehicles that goes over 500. 1,500 to work with 1,500 with students at level 2, 3, and 4, in my opinion, is a little bit overboard. So the strength of this project is that the voltage is only 48 volts, and the risk of getting a shock is very low.
Thank you.
This is my concern, actually.
Thank you so much. One more round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on to our very last talk of this session and wrapping up the talks of the last 2 days. I welcome Steve Zarafa, who's going to be talking about, I'm sorry, I don't know what the acronym stands for, IoT and drones for agriculture.
Hello, everyone. So, as mentioned, I'm going to be talking about the sixth project, okay? And this project is led by MCAST, and it's a funded project by MCAST, Fusion Fund, and there are different partners on board, including Marsovin Wineries, and also Foresight. It's a company producing software, but it is building the software under MCAST direction. And it's the project is a little bit fast, so I'm only going to mention the things that we have worked so far, and we still have like another year to finish the project. And it mainly makes use of drones and unmanned ground vehicles. And when it comes to drones, what we are doing is we are using a drone to take images from different areas. The problem with the drones is that for each image, you only have like one coordinate. And when it comes to putting all the images together, stitching, there are no available packages out there. There are only 2 commercial packages where you have to buy like, for one license, you have to pay like thousands of euros every year. So we had to create our own package. And apart from that, when you are stitching images, and you would like to know the coordinates of each image for each pixel, normally the software which is available, it tends to have a very large error margin. As a matter of fact, when you have like one area, let's say you have MCAST and you want to plot the whole area, the error margin might get to half a meter, sometimes even meters, for each and every area. So for us, that was not an option. We wanted to go, when we merged the images, we wanted to go for a precise error, for a precise correction. So what did we do? We created hardware antennas and also antennas on the drones and on the UGV. This was self-designed, self-built, and right now we're at an accuracy of 5 centimeters for the whole area. The error margin for a whole complete data set is 5 centimeters. How are we managing to do this? We are using different satellites, the GPS, which everyone knows about. We are using the Galileo, which are provided by European Union. We are using also the GLONASS, provided by the Russian, and we are also using BeiDou, provided by the Chinese. And obviously, as I said, we managed to create our own software, where the user would take the images. For example, Marsovin is using these images for the crops, for Meridiana, for the crops for the grapes which are located in Marsashlock, and there are some other fields located in Gozo. So he's using these images, he's merging these images, and eventually, once the images are merged into a GeoTIFF, that is the format, he's getting the data at an accurate level of 3 centimeters to 1 centimeters. Thanks to these satellite positioning systems. Next slide, please. So these are 2 images, 2 orthophotos which we have created from our system. And the photo on the left-hand side is the Dingley Cliffs, part of the Dingley Cliffs, okay? That area is approximately like 2 kilometers squared. And the other area, the other image on the right-hand side, that is Buscat Valley, okay? In total, in this image, there were like 300 shots taken from the drone. On the other one, there were like 200 shots taken from the drone. And the challenge was that for each and every photo, we had only like one coordinate. So for the millions of pixels which were located in those 2 photos, we needed to have accurate latitude and longitude for each and every pixel. The last photo is showing one of the antennas which we have, okay? So far we have only one antenna in the south, because in order to get to a high position, you need at least 2 antennas. One fixed antenna, which is located at my home, okay, in Zurich. And why? Because you need a fixed antenna so that in order it will give you the correction for each and every satellite. And in real time, through the internet, we are sending the correction to the drone, so that the drone, when it is taking the photos, it will be right there and then correcting the photos positioning. Okay, next slide, please. All right, and yes, basically that is it. That is the drone that we are using. It's a DJI drone, okay? It can have multiple payloads. In fact, we can use 2 or 3 cameras at one time. Okay, it's being used for agriculture. It's being used also to extract road data. And that is also a UGV, which we have built for spraying the crops or for spraying other things. Again, that UGV, unmanned ground vehicle, it's using the antennas and the positioning, and that is prototype 1. In fact, right now we are building the prototype 2. Why we are building the prototype 2? Because prototype 1 was only able to carry 5 kilograms of weight. Now we're going for 10 times as much. The UGV that we are building is going to be, which by the way, we self-designed the UGV, okay, everything, we've built it in-house. So that UGV, we've bought the chassis and then we've created the electronics, but the second one, we're building everything from scratch. And it is the second prototype, which should be ready by March, would be able to carry 50 kilograms of weight. All right, and obviously to be able to do these things, you need to have a lot of technologies working in parallel. You need the motors, you need the sensors, you need an internet connection in real time. As I said, you need the antennas and a very good, reliable software, which will control all the sensors in real time, as I said. Next slide, please. So, as I said, this is prototype 1. Okay, it could be deployed anywhere as long as it is in range of 10 kilometers from the base antenna. The plan is to build another antenna in the north part of the island so that the drone the UGV would be able to be used accurately up to 3 centimeters over all the whole Maltese island. For each one fixed antenna, you have a radius of 10 kilometers squared. Okay, and in a nutshell, I tried to be fast because as you can see, this is a 3-year project, but I tried to put everything in a 10-minute presentation. But anyway, if you need any more information or whatsoever, just send me an email, and I would be more than happy to explain. Okay, last slide, please. You have any questions?
Thank you so much. Yeah, any questions from the audience? Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I have a quick question. So what's next? Are you looking at funding to continue after this project ends?
Yes, definitely. Once the UGV is ready, although right now we're using it for spraying purposes, but probably this is going to be one of the few UGV available worldwide, which could go up to 3 centimeters of accuracy.
Okay, that's fantastic. One more round of applause. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who also has joined us online. So that's it for the talks today, and we have lunch right now. At 2 o'clock, we have 2 more workshops. One of them I'm going to be doing with my colleague Carmelina Frendo, an introduction to systems thinking, and we have another workshop on cybersecurity. So those will be happening at 3 o'clock, I believe. So yes, hope to see you there, and thank you again.